Well, good morning, everybody. How's it sounding over there? You guys can hear me? Great. Awesome. Welcome back, Karen Reed Trial Watchers. We have day 11 stats up to this point in I Love Stats. It tells you a lot about a lot of things. You can make stats about anything. And that's what I did. I went ahead and made stats about anything. So much so that I am still royally pissed that Beverly has not worn her hair up yet. But this is after day 11, and I'm still doing a couple things to make sure on the cross-examinations on the defense and that count. But right now, here it is. I don't know why it's so blurry. So go ahead and get a screenshot there if you want it. Ooh. I'm going to have to go smaller then. We had a quick motion put in. There we go. So you guys can get a screenshot. There you go, right there. I added Alan Jackson cussing just for the hell of it. I'll read them off, but we're going to move on for right now. Next, we've heard from 23 witnesses. There was a spotting of Miss Jessica Hyde this morning at, God, what do you call it? Dunkin' Donuts. So Jessica Hyde is at Dunkin' Donuts this morning. That is way too small. Don't worry, I'll put it on the community page. We've had 12 witnesses in this lovely trial. We also have a motion here put in by none other than Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan needs to bring in the Ring camera folks over there from Washington. Yep, he needs to authenticate some records. So it is what it is, but Hank Brennan, the obviously we know what the charges are, but the Ring surveillance camera system installed at Mr. O'Keefe's home captured video recordings of the defendant in her vehicle on the morning after she allegedly struck him. So he needs to bring somebody in to authenticate these records. So the defense is not stipulating to any of this shit. Go get yourself a certification of authentication. I love it. Fuck you, Hank. So that's what was filed this morning. Again, there was another filing. It was something else about allegedly Bev stood up and apologized to the jury. She had something to the defense team. She had said something to the defense team. Oh, well, good. Probably a sigh or two. We know Bev's straight on crack cocaine. Okay. This is season 2. Hector is hungover. I just saw that. Fuck shit. Boy. Again, welcome. That was having a bad day. We are expecting testimony the week of May 12th and 16th, he says, for this Ring camera footage. Impressive, because I had us down. I have Hank closing his, maybe I'm wrong, but it just, I guess, depends on how long certain people take and how many people he calls. But I had him rounding out his testimony either at the end of next week or beginning of the following week, because I don't see him calling certain people. Obviously, how this case has been going, it's ass backwards. He has called one Canton police officer, lieutenant, who did not make a report in this case, and yeah. So the jury has to be beyond confused. Let's be honest about that. All right. Now it's the scoreboard. Next up. He's avoiding the Alberts. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be calling them at all. Speaking of the Speaking of the Alberts, let's get a house pick up there. Here we go. The infamous. This picture was taken by Paul Gallagher. I want to show you guys something. You see how the window here looks like it's been brushed off there? Well, we know that Matt was there. He just didn't pull in the driveway at 7:40 or 7:30 or something like that. He had been there for a minute. And what it seems to me, is that his car was parked. Remember trial one's testimony that he pulled down the street, coming from the Chapman side, and that he parked, that he couldn't get through. And so he had to turn around and go the other way. Oh, I believe that he couldn't get through, but I don't believe that he turned around and went the other way right away. I believe that he was off on the side, and yeah. So I believe that this brushing off here is from when Matt had moved his car and brushed it off from coming on from 34 Fairview and going around the other way. But it's so evident here, no cars in front of him, no cars to the right of him. And so you just have uno and dos, the two cars. So where are the cars? Okay. Brian Jr. has a car. Albert has two, and his wife has one. That's four. Where are these cars? And they're not in here. Trial one, they testified that they do not park their cars in the garage. So where are the Albert's vehicles? So let's see what else I wanted to show. Oh, I know what else I wanted to show. Damn. Hold on. Look at the tire tracks. Now, whenever you turn in, I counted it. It's just one and then two, because when you turn, so one, so there's always going to be four, because your tires don't run over the other tires tracks when you're turning in from the right-hand side. Karen, read exhibits. Promise. All right. So Karen, read exhibits. Oh, yeah, here we go. Right off the rip. There you go, John's shoe. Totally white on the bottom. Okay. Anybody that's watching the glare, love the coverage. Wrong information. Here we go. This is the Big Daddy. This is the Big Daddy pick that I was like, yeah, why don't you put up there and keep it up there for the jurors? The Big Daddy pick right there. Okay. Uh, 118 last trial, June. This is when that same guy, the CERT team, O'Hara, testified. But this is that curb area right there. Let's show you. This is the Canton pick from the morning when the Canton officers were there. Okay, do you guys see a shoe there? No, you don't, do you? Okay, that's pick 20A. This is what I was going crazy about, is who is going to get on the stand and when they're going to show this. When is this going to happen? Then we overlaid. How did I do this? Like this. Let's see. It was a blizzard. So yeah, this is the Canton Police Department, no shoe. Then the CERT team comes. Look at same spot. Same spot. I want to show you guys the angle. There's a flagpole. Now there's a shoe there. Same angle. right there. Get fucked. I mean, if you saw this as a juror, it's over. I mean, it's over. How is it not over? It's over. It's over. Then these are the so what I did is, okay, these are the markings that you're going to hear testified to of John O'Keefe's sleeve. Okay, so I overlaid the arm. You can see it's like his arm. I overlaid and made like an x-ray. I'm a sick bitch. Don't worry about it. And there you go. Something was clawing at him. So those are all the pieces they marked, the pieces that had the holes in the sleeve. And then I took his arm pick. I want to show you guys another pic. Can you play another skit like yesterday? Not right now. I want to show another pic. Okay. So clearly I just showed you guys. Can't say it in the morning. Didn't have a shoe pick. Okay. Brennan knows this. He's staying so away from it. Okay. Okay, next. Arm pick, shoe pick. Now this is where they're going to say they found tail light surrounding this fire hydrant, okay? And it's like hugging up. You can't, like, when I first took a picture of this, I was like, where is the tail light? Okay, but I just want to show you guys where this is located, okay? All right, ready? This is the fire hydrant. It is so far away from that flagpole, okay? And this is all surrounding it. Just planted. The leaf blower. Trial 1 gave us so much more. Like, thank God I kept all my exhibits. Just so you know, he is like literally, that flagpole is in the bed, like mulch underneath there. So they're over here like pointing out stuff. They're pointing also out dirt. So I find this so hard to believe that John, the mulch is black and brown. Okay. When you have blood that would seep into the ground, it would not be pinkish or reddish. Okay. So if he, in fact, was on the ground before the snow started, his blood would actually be in the bed because he was found like, I'm sorry, it's like up into this area. And you're tucked in that bed. Anyways, the blood would be going into the mulch. Okay. Unless you were placed after some snowfall. Okay. And then which the snow would then get blood on it. Somebody better bring that up. That's all I gotta say. There was no snow at 12:30. I want people to go back to this ping hit. I know when I did this is one of my big reveals when I did John's phone ping in the area of 34 Fairview at 12:19. It's huge I always go back and check my work. bitch's money. Yes, 34 Fairview. He's peeing in the area by 12:19 because he's over at where? Oakdale. Get pumped. Yeah. Now, this is why we haven't heard from Good. Good wrote up the report. Here's his report. Goody, goody, goody two shoes. Do you see this picture right here? This is the picture of it was the top cover page of the police report, Canton Police Report. And do you see how that's the berm pic? Okay. They needed to switch this motherfucker because it was and last year they were asking him, why is this picture not like that? Right? Why'd you move it? Why'd you use a different picture to show your report? Like after, did you realize something? And they just need to come back to this. They need to go back to that. And the reason that they did it and took this picture off of the top of the report is because then they realized that, oh my God, you guys placed the shoe. You guys put the shoe where we took a picture, you dumbasses. What a bunch of fucking idiots. I love morons. If I could create a television show, it would be called, like really though, How to Get Away with a Crime. And you have like reality people that just come in like here, this group of people, they have to do a heist. Like, everybody's there's like teams and we can just see all the fucking idiots come play my challenge and try to get away with it, But yeah, so this is the report. This is the front page of the report. They switched this picture and they didn't come back to it last year. And I was like, man, why aren't you coming back to it? I went back and looked at, okay, so where is Ryan Nagel? Like, where's Ryan Nagel in the Waterfall Bar? That's a really small place. And so you have like high tops like right here. And it's only like a step up a little bit from like where like the bar is. We've been in there. And I was just looking around. I'm like, where is Nagelfuss? Last year, this is the stuff that Nick Guerrero made. This is how much, like, this is how just shitty it is. 12:33 to 12:34. Like, this is what was shown. And this is where, see that? That's John. You want to know what that is? That's the motherfucking highway. Ta-da! Alan Jackson going with the garage door. One of the few pictures to have it. Okay, who's this? See, this is how they all changed their testimony. Nagel's brother testified that, and so did Sarah. Sarah Levinson said that, oh yeah, Jen McCabe said that she'd give us a ride home. That was not the discussion that Ryan had with his sister. His sister said, I don't know, I'm probably most likely just going to spend the night at 34 Fairview. Okay. Sarah Levinson going on her fucking Wow Banji. I can't believe they call her the stand. Yeah, no. This was February 7th. Are you going to believe a February 7th interview or Sarah Levinson, who was never interviewed? And now she's just fluffing it for him. This is a picture of the kitchen area inside the house. This is John's health data right here. and I've been saying 432. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. 496 steps from 604 to 611. That phone was not laying on the ground. Okay. That phone was not, nobody was doing CPR on top of that phone and making it get all these wild fucking steps. Okay. No, sorry. So I want to know if that's going to be talked about. If we can expect something there. And I was showing that I know that Jen, she doesn't have it. 81 steps. This is, I don't know and I don't give a fuck. Colin Albert last year. I don't know and I don't give a fuck. Is this going to come up and play this year, which is the infamous 1154? He says, you can get me now if it's easier. Driving people home now. And that's Allie McCabe. And I went and looked at her Life 360 app. She leaves her house at 12:06. So like this, I'm driving people home now. Where, what? No, you ain't, girl. You at home. You been home. This is how the whole thread looks. And I noticed that, remember we talked about this last year, since this was technically at 11:54, since it would have been a new date, that text at 12:10 a.m., it would have been a new day. You could have expected to see this breaking up that right here. Like 11:55. This would have been a new day. And I want to hear from somebody about that. That would have been a new right in the middle there. And then you're going to take a look at this, though. The next time that they ever use Facebook Messenger is on February 20th, 2022. Look at this. On a Zoom. Are you going to Wills? I don't know. This is a picture that they offered last year to show that, like, they're trying to say that Colin didn't have busted up knuckles. Okay. There was no metadata on that pic. This was Bev's bingo last year. Give it up for Bev. She's come a long way. All right. Troop was back out front, but in front of Asian house, and looks like more has been dug up there, or at least looks like it. The infamous group text in the Asian house. 2/1/2022, 136. See, when they went ahead and did this all through Matt McCabe, or all through Jen McCabe, I don't think they're calling Matt McCabe. Okay, the defense is going to if they want him up there. Here, I will show this, except for, let me cover up. Let me put a Post-it note over one of these. I'll show this. Where's it? Okay, maybe over here. There's only one picture that I think is okay. I want you guys to see. So that's the gash in the back of John's head. So, okay. Let's see what else I have over here. Okay, look at this. This is another angle I want you to see. And I labeled everybody last year. I was like, oh my God, everyone's just sitting on each other's laps. You fucking liars. Oh, wait, here's the pic I wanted you to see too. Look at them just trampling here. Okay. He's basically like up on the pole. Like the pole's right behind him, okay? And they didn't show any of this part, but like this is where they're saying that they're trying to say that this is all blood. Okay. It's a very large area right there, first of all, as you can see. And no, sorry, that's not all blood. That's dirt. Okay, dirt. A plow would do much more damage. Try again. No, not if you see his face. Okay, now let's look at this. I disagree. Look at he got if you like, okay, so here we go. Look at these names. Sarah Livingston, Colin Albert, Nicole Albert. Is this supposed to be an M for? I don't fucking know, but I put all these people around this fucking area here. And then you have Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. Who the fuck is M? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Look at that. But I wanted you to see kind of like how Caitlin Albert's over here putting on music that plays throughout your speakers in your house, old school ways, you know? It's an intercom. But this is how it looks like there. So there is a table that's up over here, and then there's like the island. Matt McCabe, there you go. I was like, who the fuck is MM? Where's Eminem? Here's the infamous. I was like, oh my God, go back to it. So they switched the pic out, and this was the pic of, and then so they showed it. And you see like here, 1:30, and then this was 10/25, 2022. They switched it to this pic, and they asked Good last year why. Like everything's identical. Why'd you do that? So those are the two exhibits that they did last year. They should be coming this year. I mean, we'll see. Again, there's just another good look at the shoe. And then it's just literally in the same place as when Canton was there. These are the pictures that they took. Oh, and then here, you guys, this is the media. Okay. This is the media when they showed up because I was like, I wanted to know when they were there. This picture is from like when the CERT team says that they were there, media started to show up. Whose is this vehicle? I want to know who that vehicle is. All right. So we're going to go into the courtroom. We'll see what's up. Hopefully we get some bombs today. I'm still going to be looking into this photo. This is when the police are arriving and you can see here 6:09 some change. But this is where they're at. And so I'm going to do a couple zoom in and I want to see if what's going on over there that are those lights, like what's up. And this is how inaccurate the reports were. So see, this is 6:09 and 48 seconds. they had to get all of these corrected because they did off the dash cam. So I was able to, they were all put in wrong and they were all in the wrong order. So, all right, hang tight.
Discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I
Great, this may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left it? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan. Please, the clerk.
You solemnly swear the evidence to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Here we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
Just Marine Corps.
Why'd you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed force.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
Missouri.
clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station required is a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance. And as a to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes. Typically, we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper, and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen. Or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call. and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital, and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by crime scene services member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the crime scene services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection.
Sustained.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been at the time his girl,
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light.
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation. And we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it'd be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow. So it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
All right, we are at a sidebar. Sidebar, maybe approach. What a lying sack of shit. I mean, wow. We're going to talk about this timeline at the first break. Welcome to the game, Yuri Buchanan. He's a dancing machine. What do you say, Ukraine? Yeah. Okay. That's right. So, I don't know. I get the feeling that they're not going to be calling Proctor, and that Alan Jackson's going to have to call him. We'll see. We'll see. to know how close Canton Police Department is to 34 Fairview, I can't imagine that you wouldn't go by that scene. Come on. We would as just civilians being nosy. You're a cop, man. You're a detective. You don't go by 34 Fairview. You get to Canton at, he said 9:15 last trial. And you're gonna just sit around there and eat evidence and lick it and taste it, and from 9:15 until what, 11:30 when you go over to Gemma Caves. I find that hard to believe. They say Proctor is coming. Well, we'll see. What is up, Heather? How you been, love? Hank is also asking Bev to keep out Proctor's text messages. Yeah, that's not happening. There's Aaron. Paul's an idiot. High profile case, your brother's profile, high profile case. And you do your wife and send out bathroom pics to other people. Just what an idiot. I mean, whoever said he was smart, though. Just complete. I have no idea what their marriage status is like, but to see a topless pig floating around from the bathroom, it's just embarrassing. Paul got moved to the back row because he was, I don't know, making faces at Karen or rolling his eyes, or the jury was noticing his behavior. So they had to put him in the back of the bus. Go ahead. Sidebars. We have a total of 75 sidebars with that one. I didn't hear that, Sherry D, when they called out the names, so send me that. I want to see that for myself. I don't believe you, Sherry. God damn you, Sherry. I'll tell you what, girl. If you don't send me that shit. All I know is, guys, I am still loving the fact that Karen said it's me or Jen McCabe. Burn that bitch, Karen. Burn that bitch. You know? Witness number, what is this guy? 24. Yuri. Come on, Yuri. Yuri B. She says, I'll be back. Head to the chopper. Yuri. Man, I think has bingo. Oh. Okay, let me just have her send it to my email. Let me get a. God bless it. There we go, Yuri. Bingo card. Yeah, we got bingo going on, Lisa. Welcome. It's the best. We give away cash. It's just great. Great game. What's Hank fucking crying about? I'm trying to think what he wants to show. What's his issues? Guy's a total just, God. I feel whoever has to bang him, I feel for you. I can't believe if there's somebody gawking over him, one of the jurors is gawking over him. God, what the hell's wrong with people? How can you gawk over that? He's a weasel. He's not even like sly. There's nothing charismatic about him. Oh, yes. Yes, yes. What a treat this is once the second trial jury heard Jen Damn it. Okay, here we go.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me
I'm
to
not
give
asking for
a
one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes. We asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary.
Mm-hmm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Or what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection.
Okay.
Alan Jackson asking for the sidebar again. This is ridiculous, he's saying. Hank's asking all leading questions. That's what I see. So he's just, woo, hanky. Sidebar. That's sidebar number 2 today. 3. We have a winner with bingo. Where's our girl? Congrats. We will be doing a bingo, a plus 1 spot that touches one of the squares of your bingo. So it's called the plus 1. It's like a date, Bev needs a plus 1. Plus 1 with Bev. Everybody understand that? +1 with Bev. Go on a date with Bev. Get on a date. Get on a date.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate
I'm
putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No,
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
no,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
no, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
It's a strike.
I'll strike that, ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally.
Objection.
I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, sir.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to share, exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, It was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, the heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
If you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
What is that?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry.
Yeah.
For a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 84.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes,
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss.
Oh my
Fox
God.
25,
Oh my God.
various media platforms.
Holy shit, here we go.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that there were
Chain of custody right
clothes
here.
that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the District Attorney's office in the State Police section of the office, where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
Objection.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Buchanan?
Yes, I do.
When he reached, what's your wager there? $1, Bob. $1. When you reach like into the mic, $1, Bob. I'm gonna go with $1. God, priceless. Somebody put him on the Price is Right. Where he leans into the mic. $1.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
the hole in the jeans. Remember they cut his body, or they cut his body. They cut the clothes off of him right down the middle, and that's why they're open like that. And the pocket was ripped in the back because then the scientists used.
Did you
portions
learn
of that
during your
to
conversations
believe.
with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
You know, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked?
Wait, what did he just
What,
say?
is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from
This should be the hospital.
34 Fairview Road campus.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, I caught that. Yes, we had a problem here. We have a problem here. Okay.
No, sir. This is the sneaker.
It's definitely a right shoe.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Oh,
have that
shit. Oh, my God. Look at.
Is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker.
No, it ain't.
Excuse me. This is the right sneaker from.
Oh, shit. What's going on here? Look at Bev.
From, 34 Fairview Road campus.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. Just stick it back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Okay, guys. Let's see what's going on in this mope. Look at. Looks like Aaron needs to go on a real date. Oh shit. We got some problems up in there, don't we? Oh, it's getting hot on her. So take off all my clothes. I want to take my pants off. Okay, what's going on? What a bunch of dumb fucks. God, I love it. I love it. This is from 34 Fairview. Wait a second, but I didn't get anything from Fairview there, but what's going on, man? How'd I get this? I call for an automatic mistrial. Alan Jackson's like, our jury is so confused because Hank Brennan is reading the chapters in incorrect order.
Jury will take on morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there. So
Morning recess.
half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jury's closing notebooks, follow me.
11 a.m. We are on a recess. They may oral argue. God, what a fuck, Hank. Oh, here we go.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No, no problem at all.
Oh my God.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right.
This is the outside. Wow. See, this is the only thing that when you're in the courtroom, like you could get. So when I'm really curious to know if it's gonna be instant. What I plan to do for the Brian Culver Idaho 4 case is gonna be off the chains. You know that case is my baby. You guys, let me just tell you what happened here. Can I just tell you what happened here? Let me tell you what happened here. Yuri Buchanan just bukakied himself. And he says that he is saying that this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview that I got. Wait, what? You were at 34 Fairview? Wait a second. You should be opening up the sealed package that's from the hospital that has his sneaker. Okay? Okay. So that was a right shoe, as everybody saw. And I am pulling up last year's photos to see if I have him. You know, Proctor did all of this the first time around, if I remember correctly. He was the one that was showing stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he kind of did some of the clothing. And hold on now. I want to look at. Give my evidence. Give my trial exhibits, girl. Where are my trial exhibits? I want to take a look at let's see the shoe that was on the ground at 34 Fairview. Let's see if we can tell if it was a right or a left. Okay, I'm going to pull this up for you guys. You guys want to see it on Hector? You guys want to see it for yourself? So it definitely is the right shoe was at 34 Fairview. Okay. So why is he with it? Shouldn't the bag be marked? Yeah, the bag was marked. So we'll find out. 34 was left shoe. I disagree. I have the shoe. What have they done? Did they double plant a shoe? Okay, you guys want me to see? You guys, I promise you it's not black. I promise you it's the lighting. It's the lighting. It's the Jesus lighting. It's promise you. It's just planted. It's just a planted shoe. And it's just the lighting. It's just like the lime green fucking Elantra type shit. I promise you. Okay. It is the most important thing that we need to concern ourselves with is it was just planted later. You guys want to see it? Keep an eye on that. I got it in my ear, but here, let's go. Here we go. Hector's the best. This is a planted shoe, okay? And it was planted, what I mean by planty platypus, planty, is that when you look at that, look at us now. Yeah, this was the original report. Canton Police Department. Picture of the berm that Gallagher was so proud of. Yeah, I was scraping off the bum. You know, the bum. Okay. And this is a bigger picture of it. This is where the shoe would be found. See, there's a flagpole. This is the picture at 7:40 in the morning. Okay. This is Canton. Canton police officers go ahead and they take a picture of this area. Okay. And the CERT team, and obviously those planting platypuses, They didn't know that Canton did that, right? Because not everybody's correlating. Then here, boom. Look at that. Look at that. Hold on a second. Let's see. So this is from on top of it. What the fuck did they do? Okay. See the shoe? This shoe was put right where Canton had scraped and done this, but nobody realized they took pictures, okay? See? And then they planted the shoe right here. Okay? You guys see that? See the planting? See how much room there was here? Okay, no shoe. Same area. These fucking assholes put the shoe like that. Now this is what should be interesting to everybody, is that this is the opposite way. And unless they flip the image, you see how the pointy part is on the left side, okay? The pointy part is, it's like this. So it should be right? Let's see. Yeah, there you go. I got another picture. See, it's white. I promise you, it's white. See this grass? So this is the grassy area. Okay. And let's see. So if that's the grassy area. But not there earlier. See, grassy area. Look at these fuckers. What a bunch of lazy fucks. What, I love it. They put it in the same spot. It's definitely a right shoe. 100% it's a right shoe. Like your Nike swoosh sign right there, that's on the outside of the shoe. And we'll see. How about we have them all? How about we have both packages in at the same time? Can we get both packages in at the same time? How about that? We'll just, clear it up for the jury ourselves. And now we get to fast forward because we were behind a little bit. And so here we are. We are all caught up. Okay. What other pieces of evidence would you guys like to see? I have a bunch of stuff here. That's a left. Are we sure that's a left? I only see a left. You guys. It looks like a right to me. This is Canton. We'll see. They should just be pulling out both of them at the same time, both different packages, What was he holding up? Let's we're going to go back. Check this out. We're just such smarty pantses over here. Let's watch when Yuri holds up the shoe. He says, here's the blood of Christ. Here's the body of Christ. Amen. Okay, right there. What is he holding, guys? He's holding a right shoe. Is he not? He is. And I'm telling you that a right shoe was what I see at 34 Fairview in the snow. Okay, it's a right shoe that he's holding up. I mean, I don't know if you guys put your shoes on backwards, but I put my shoes on the right feet. They are clean because guess what? John was he was a neat freak, guys. His shoes were super clean. His house was super clean, like OCD, like, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, and he was like a cool dresser, you know what I mean? Like, so is that right? So this is Yuri, okay? And who introduced the shoe? What was it, yesterday or the day before that we heard from that Yuri Jr., Connor Keefe? So we'll look again. So this is a right shoe, just so we're clear. And then if we look at, I'm going to. No, I see it as a right shoe at 34 Fairview. The arch and everything. I see it as a right shoe. This would help you guys out. This picture right here will help you. Exactly. White, no dirt. I've been saying this all. We're talking about white, no dirt. Oh, are you talking about that shoe? It should have dirt on it? Because it was what? It was just in the snow up against it's just the snow's white. I mean, here, you guys look at it. It's right here. There's the shoe. There's the shoe. This is how it looked on the screen. Okay. This is the berm. Okay. And it's up against the berm. And this is like what I think is a bad picture is it has the shadow. Okay. Here now is somebody getting on top of it. And that's what I was trying to see is did they fuck with like the angle of it? Okay. So here is, right here you could see that's the little grassy. Okay. And so now this right here, I believe we can't tell if it's a right or a left shoe. See that? From this picture, I can't tell if it's a right or left shoe. Would you agree? Agree. Okay. So from this picture alone, if anybody was to look at this, you would be lying if you said that you could tell. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is I don't care because guess what? I've been pointing this out for since the trial. This is the picture that Canton police took. Those fucks fucked the case up, and somebody accidentally took a picture from this angle, getting the berm. See this piece that's sticking up right here? See that? See that? Okay, I did this all last year, and I laid this all out. See this little area right here? That's like going almost into the grass. That's this piece right here. That's what that is. That's that piece. And I sent this on over. I gave this, and everybody only wanted to talk about, it's a black sole. It's a black bottom. Black bottom jeans, boots with the furs. And I'm like, I was like, you guys aren't listening. Who cares? There is no shoe here. There is no shoe here. I don't care. You want to show that this picture is from 7:45 in the morning. This picture is from 5:45 at night. There is no shoe. This right here, that's this. That's this. It's that. That's that right there. And you can see when they back it up even further. Here you go. Here's the shoe. Okay. Shoe. Flagpole. Okay. That's the part of the berm, the area that they cleared on off from earlier. And then this is why Canton police took it off of their report. Alan Jackson brought it up. And I don't know if he was just trying to get to the jury that this has been altered or something. But the reason that this picture was taken down as the front cover, okay, is because they realize, oh my God, you have to move that picture because holy shit, the picture that we have with the shoe, it's the same spot and there's no shoe on the CERT team. And so then they changed the report. So this was the one that was on the 30th, pictures there from Canton. Then they changed it. And on 10/25, after Alan Jackson has been retained, this becomes the new picture that's on the top of the Canton Police Department. Okay. And the reason that they did it is because it shows 5:45 at night, shoe. 7:45 in the morning, no shoe. Planted by the one and only Jennifer McCabe, who was running around like a fucking wild banshee with her watch on, running all over the place. And that lazy ass somebody put it right there, and never realizing. Exhibit 20 is the image. This is Exhibit 20 from last year's trial. This is why Good hasn't testified, because Good testified to this last year. Okay. And they're going to be calling him. This is why Hank has gone completely past this, because this shows that there was no shoe. That's that little area right there. That's it right here. When they put the shoe. See how that's cleared off right here? See how it's cleared off right here? And then when you take a further back pick, see how it's cleared off right here? See this area? See where the flagpole is? It's the same spot. They are lying. They are pieces of shit. Okay. Who would you have to bring that picture into? You'd bring it in through the person that's the lead detective, because remember, they always get debriefed. So here, what do you know? What do you know? What do you know? They would have taken all the police reports and all the photographs from Canton. So you could get that. I mean, you could do it right here with beer. I would use Yuri. If Proctor, anybody that would be getting the case file. So again, it's not about, to me, this is just to show that here, guess what, guys? It's the same spot. There's nothing there in the morning when Canton's taking their pictures at 7:45. Then all of a sudden, the shoe, which you guys just got Yuri on the stand to say that, well, we sent a team back out there because you were looking for a shoe. Boom. Now, miraculously, there's the shoe. So I would go through this guy, and because that's how you would discredit him. And again, this was showed. You could, he's going in a certain way, Hank, to try to avoid things. But you can still introduce. You can introduce things on the defense, but it has to be like Yuri would have seen this. There's no way that he didn't review these reports. But yeah, I think it's just interesting. Tell me they weren't this lazy. Again, these are all Karen Reed trial exhibits from 2024. Everything that went in to trial number 1. Okay. Now let's bring back in Bev. Look at him. Well, kind of confused here. And now the defense, and this is so great. The defense and Hank Brennan are now having words with Yuri. This is so good. Dolly fan, what have I missed? Funny. Keith found the shoe at Fairview, and now Buchanan has the right shoe from Fairview. Yeah! Woo! Give it up! Left shoe pulled out of evidence bag, recovered at 34 Fairview. Today, right shoe pulled out from 34 Fairview. Oh, that's so funny. Wow. How do you mess this up? They suck. They're just that bad. Again, yesterday on the stand is Tully's little boy, Buchanan Jr. Remember? So Kevin O'Hare gets up there. He's like, no, I didn't. They were just pointed out, or we would just point it out, and they would, bag it and tag it, whatever. And so instead of Tully introducing it, they do it through Boy Toy. And so his name was Connor Keefe. So Connor Keefe found the left shoe at Fairview, allegedly, but it was a right shoe. And now Buchanan has the right shoe from Fairview. Where is the shoe from the hospital? What is going on? Bev, this happens all the time, jurors. Bev is like, dude, if these jurors are taking notes, they got to be like, wait a second. Hey, can I take it? Hey, did you guys notice that? Are you guys allowed to talk about anything? Because are they allowed to say, hey, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck is going on, guys? I swear, Connor Keefe just held up the same shoe yesterday. Let's take a look at Connor's testimony. Where's his? There we go. Oh, Nick G. O'Hare, then he was in there. Let's see. Was he a little bit earlier? Okay. The jury's super confused. Everybody's confused. Oh, here. I think it's over here. Here we go. Keefe testifies that, let's see. Sneaker 4610. Let's just go right to the source, guys. Let's just go right to the source. My live video from Wednesday. Karen Reed. Here we go. And let's just go right to 4610. Oh, there we go. Oh, what time was it at now? 46. Hold on. $51. Okay. All right, I'm going to show the screen.
Ms. Gilman, you can take the photo down.
Miss Gilman, take the photo down, damn it. Miss Gilman, you guys hear
Of
that?
course,
Miss Gilman, will you take the photo down?
I'm going to move this piece of evidence, item into evidence.
Okay.
Let me ask you if you tape on it. What's that for?
Yes. Memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, shows what's in it, so. These guys can't even. Wait. Remember Tully did this before? Fucking A.
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Left side, left foot, left foot, left foot, left foot. That's the left shoe. That's the left shoe, okay? That's what he's saying at the
That
scene.
night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag.
I want him to read from the bag.
Mark
Did
on the
they,
exhibit.
Right, any objections, Janetti?
There's no objection.
Yannetti on Did Yannetti miss this? I believe that there's a right shoe at 34 Fairview. So I don't know what the hell has happened. Let's see what's going on. Right shoe, left shoe. But his right shoe is bagged as Fairview. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. That's definitely a left shoe that he's showing. I'm not disputing that. Lana is totally on board with that. But I mean, what have these people done? He has a left shoe in his hand, but I'm saying that I believe the photo is a right shoe. That's all I can tell you. I'm looking at the photo and I see on 34 Fairview that it's a right shoe. But but what it looks like now is that they've planted a shoe. Fucking A. He was reading from the bag. And, you know, if you pay attention to how Homie tries to handle all this crap, he doesn't want him to read from the bag. Let's see. Doesn't he cut him off? Okay, here.
Let me ask you a few questions before you open it. If
Okay.
you stand and show that
Yes, sir.
bag. There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Could you open the bag and show us what's in it?
Yes, sir.
He doesn't have him read it. He doesn't have him read it. What the hell? Oh my God. And then he has a left shoe. And I'm telling you, it's a right shoe at Fairview. Again, I don't care. That's what my eyes see. If I was on the jury, I would think that there's total planting going on.
Sorry.
I just love it. Who ate the hospital shoe? I told you Yuri was eating evidence. You guys, he read straight from the bag. What a bunch of dumbasses. These guys can't even open up bags.
With the court's permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
There you go. What is it? A left shoe. Remember Tully did this before? I swear Tully did this before. I
Trooper said the
swear.
same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag. I'd ask this to be marked as an exhibit.
Right, any objections, Giannetti?
There's no objection.
Wait, is that a left shoe?
Yannetti on the cross.
Is that a left shoe?
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who's collecting it.
The time that you write in the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
Ooh,
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
look at this.
If you're processing multiple things at once.
Boom. He
you're
tried to
bagging
get in
things at
front
different
of it.
times, Then when you seal the bag, that can be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Oh my
Can the
god.
item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Oh
Yes.
shit.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please.
Yeah, you guys are such cheaters. All right, let's see what's going on. There you go. Now let's see if we have any new movement over here in the Karen Reed trial. Okay.
You are unmuted.
Okay. We're back. We're back.
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
What's going on?
I don't need to have
The
them.
jury's confused.
Downstairs. I thought you had it. I will.
Did that fall out?
Here we go.
Thank you.
Bev is red. I hope this guy gets ate up. What's going on? Is the jury in? I love Alessi. I love his swag. I love his timeline. So Yuri, fool.
All rise to the court. Jury safety.
All right, here we go. What's going on? What do we got? That whole debacle.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
Oh man, it's like what you do with your jerseys. Oh,
Thank you.
that's so
Mr.
sad.
Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the backside, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as to exhibit 88, maybe approach the reader.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach the reader.
Oh, okay.
Jackson wants to be heard. Sidebar number 5. Mambo number 5. Okay, so what's going to happen here is that Jackson's going to handle everything on cross. Trust me, it's going to be handled. Okay, we got Jackson. He clearly caught it. Whatever's going to be said needs to be said. Like, why would you be writing that if that's not where you took it from? Stuff like that. So we'll see what's up. So I'm not worried. Not worried in the slightest, guys. Not worried in the slightest. No, I'll get worried after I hear direct or cross and it's not handled. Let's see. Again, where's the hat? Where's the socks? So put that in big bold letters. They said they went back there to look for a hat. Did they not find it? So where is John's hat? That has yet to come in. Now, where are John's socks? Okay, you're telling me that he didn't wear socks out that night? So what do you guys think about that? Is John a notorious no sock wearer? I mean, some people are. So he didn't go out with a jacket on. We all know that, but his socks should be on him. Where were his socks? Okay, I guess we could say where I think they have boxers, don't they? So where are John O'Keefe's boxers? Okay, we'll see. We'll see what happens. These are the items that we are waiting to see, though. We have not seen, not presented yet. Some people also don't wear, commando. So
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
What else?
Trooper Kenneth, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures. Yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle? Or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an e-tool, military style e-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that.
Yeah,
If
read.
somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process to handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence, and documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items are bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jack?
I'm sorry.
There's that siren. These people just,
And you have a series of
Oh.
photographs and ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
what time was this at? If you got there at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, what time did you start finding pieces? Again, Karen would have been arrested already.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs in evidence.
Any
No
objection?
objection, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll knock them separately, please.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Since 89-94.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor.
I would allow that.
Yes, they
Wait,
marked
what?
each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's ridiculous. It's the biggest piece. It's a huge piece of taillight, that big white one. Again, thank you so much. Thank you, Jam Girl. Karen, my love, $999.99.
Thank you.
Geez, Anna, you are one dang mother firecracker. I gotta love you, bombs. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, my dear.
These two are taped together.
Love you, love you over there, WB, baby. W.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690.
Wait, what happened, Karen?
Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Look at these
Do you know
pictures.
where in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that viewers can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492, 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that?
Look at that.
Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please?
What is
Is
that?
that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694.
Wow.
Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
This is
Yes,
crazy.
it was.
This was found February 3rd, yes.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
This is after the street was plowed. What? Yeah, because it would just be right there. These people are insane. This is wild. Is that a straw?
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
I agree. Yuri's a special Borga Borga. Ah, there it is, pristine. What the fuck? The
Of course,
pristinest
Commissioner, I'd like
straw.
to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph?
What is this? Oh my god, where?
And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman?
I cannot.
Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That
Oh.
photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Well, there should be
Thank
DNA all over it. What was it tested? Is there DNA on it? That straw was up Higgins'
You
nose.
mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, they found the hat on February 3rd? Wait, when?
All right, move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait,
The court's mission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the jury?
I can't wait to see. Where did they get a picture of this? Is there a picture? Let's see. Ball cap. Where was it found?
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
What? No, that hat is perfectly
Third
brimmed.
photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Your Honor, I move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
Wow.
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, they.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
I want to know if the. Here we go. Here
Beginning
we
with
go.
99A, P526 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Impossible.
We could next show 99B, P527 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the
Where?
grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529 7739, please.
Once pulled out
Oh my
and
god.
flipped over. Again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
I thought you said there was 1.5 feet underneath it. What is it? Which one is
Thank
it?
you. You can take that down, please.
Nothing is far away. We have no idea where that was located. How far away from the house? Who took these pictures?
Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, do you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Just drive on by and see if you see anything. Let me know. And they never roped it off ever. It wasn't like roped off all that time either. This must be the salad plate. This is sick. I pulled his testimony from last year, so we'll be going over that at lunch. What is he doing?
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
I don't think the straw was moved and admitted.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
How can anybody see that while driving
Thank you.
by? Look at how dark that is. Like, you can see that.
Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is the item that replaces the fucking
The
shoe.
photographs, the first page, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B, court's permission.
Any objection, Mr.
There's
Jackson?
no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
Oh my God, you guys, this is what takes over the Canton police report. Okay? This is the picture that replaces so that because somebody said, "Oh my God, you have to move that. You have to get that picture out of there." That picture originally was the berm. There is no shoe. And it was on its cover page. They take this on February 4th. Canton takes the picture and puts it through on their report because they knew that it would then the last picture that's put in the report there, according to Good, that's how it then takes the role of like the cover page. Oh my God, these people are sick.
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
He doesn't know what's in there. Yeah, we're on February 10th now, so we went from February 3rd to February 10th. Remember, we're not to the point that Proctor's trying to bury a Ring camera, so.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, of the 6 items in that bag,
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
when you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the, let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Ron. Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the-
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the Waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay, do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Ma'am?
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
What's the date? Come on, cough up the date.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, You still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
This is the ring camera footage from the January 28th. So that was to show Karen leaving in the morning, and then to show how she normally doesn't back up and hit things.
Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please?
Sorry, I just need to get that time.
Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes,
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
there was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes,
What do you notice?
it's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes,
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, Did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dayton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dayton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
Suck a dick.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dayton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Cops don't pull into driveways. They knew those kids weren't there. They went there for the dash cam video. They set this all up, and if this defense team does not see that this, and I get that they want to go at Proctor, I understand that, but they need to show that Proctor was covering for these people.
Did you view the video that was provided
Because
to
the
us
damage was
relative
already
to the
done.
right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
This is Mr. Reed's house.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear taillight?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, where is the council sidebar for just a second, please? Jurors, feel free to stand.
All right. You guys are going to hear it first here. I think I've been repeating myself, but there is going to be no, this is it. This is who is going to testify to the rest of the investigation. I do not think that we're going to be hearing from Proctor in terms of, I know the Commonwealth is not calling him. I believe that Proctor will plead the fifth. I do believe that Karen Reed's team will call him, obviously, let him plead the fifth, let the jury see that. I also have my question mark if Tully will even be called. Brennan is making this a very simple case. He's saying this is what it is. People went out drinking. People got into a fight. She struck him. People told what they heard, saw, all this stuff, did interviews, and the police, they arrested her on February 2nd. Okay. So what I would focus on is you arrested her on February 2nd. What did you arrest her off of? What did you have in your possession to make the arrest by February 2nd? Focusing on that, because the rest of the people that you're going to start hearing from is going to be the medical, the MEs, the lab, scientist labs, the crash reconstruction expert, and that's it. Then it's going to be the defense's turn.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9/26/01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. Can you take a look? You recognize?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A through 108.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Could you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
I think he's allowing it because the foundation is going to be laid that they have the receipt. That's the only thing I can think of is why Alan Jackson isn't objecting. He's going to destroy this man on cross. Remember, either I'm going down or Jennifer McCabe's going down. Jennifer McCabe, why would she say that? Think about it. Jennifer McCabe did something. Karen kept calling him over and over and over and over and over and over and over. She didn't get out of the vehicle and go look for him because she was told that he got into a car with somebody. She was told something to make her fucking go, boom. Alan Jackson has all the receipts for this case. Well, I think he got a lot from the feds. They were not lost when they were over in the Oakdale area. Proctor going and getting and attempting to get all the ring camera footage from that area proves it. Because it wasn't just them that were over there. He needed to get rid of the ring camera footage from that area because of everybody else's vehicles that were over there. If Proctor pleads the fifth in front of the jury, like what happens? He's going to plead the fifth, in my opinion. If you're the jury, I mean, what? I know that his prior testimony can be used, and I want to know if Alan Jackson's going to say, well, then let's just all sit here and watch his first trial one. You know, Hank Brennan's been playing clips, right? So we want to play some clips. We want to play the clips of the trial last year and let him, like, boom. You know? Well, if Hank Brennan gets to just play clips, we're going to play clips of Proctor. I mean, with him being fired, it's totally like he doesn't say if he testifies or not. So I'm almost positive that they can clip his ass. Is this you? Is this when you testified the previous proceeding? Play the clip. Let him say, I plead the fifth. Play the next clip. Play the next clip. Let him keep pleading the fifth, but play these clips. That's what I would do. You want to You want to inflame the jury with this shit. Hank Brennan's gonna object to inflammatory. That's how I would do it. I would say, holy shit, we have to get an AV person on this right now, and we need all of Proctor's clips that we want to use. Bev won't allow it. It's legal though. if you design the question the right way, because remember, if Alan Jackson calls him, it's their witness, it's direct examination. You can't lead, you know what I mean? Alan Jackson's way better though. He's a prosecutor for a very long time. It's going to get interesting, but I think the defense has a couple bombs. I have a lot of money on Mr. Ellington Forensics, digital forensics. I have a lot of money on. If they don't come with a timeline, then fuck, the defense isn't worth $1. All this money, there better be a sick ass timeline that's shown to that jury. You can't say that ARC is going to seal anything, in my opinion. You need to show that he is still alive.
So right there, we had we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
Showed Jen McCabe not up in her room, that she's downstairs, the phone's downstairs. We're going to get a lot of, we can ask this guy a bunch of questions about that damn phone. Okay, he testified at the phone. Carrie Roberts was not questioned on cross about the phone. I think that they're recalling Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe. She lied to the grand jury. She lied to the grand jury. That's what indicted her for frickin' this case. I would recalling, and I'm sorry, but I call Matt McCabe. You got Higgins. None of these people are going to be called. Like Chris Albert isn't getting called. Brian, Nicole, none of these people are getting called. There's no way he's going to call people that the defense is labeling third-party culprits. Why would you ever fucking do that? You wouldn't. You would make them open.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Proceed to the next video, please. This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Remember, he has an eyewitness that said that he went into there's an eyewitness that saw John go into the house, right? Remember, no body on the lawn. You need to call the people to say nobody was on that lawn. If he was hit laying right there
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
See that back pocket? How long did he have it out, though? How long did he have it out? Write that down. How long did he have his iPhone out to look at something? Is he a quick hitter?
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please?
That's nothing.
10:09 p.m.
Doubles.
Tenant and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
Right, exactly.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
That's ridiculous. Look at Yuri. Who do you think you are testifying like that?
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes.
Where's Ryan Nagel?
And he puts it in his back pocket.
Who was he texting? Hold on 1 second. I want to see how long he had his cell phone out. Hold
On
on.
his cell phone?
Okay, watch.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Move to
I'll
strike.
strike that.
Takes it out. Look at. Hits the side button. Swipes up.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes.
Oh, look at. He hurry up and clicked off
And he
that
puts it
clip.
in his back pocket.
Oh my God! Did you just see that? Oh my God! Oh my God! No! Look! Look at. Watch.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket.
I gotta see if that video
Pocket.
is clipped.
And he puts it in his back pocket.
In the middle of it, does he do it? He's on it. On
Mr.
it.
O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
On it.
Yes.
On it. Oh God! Yes, got it. Did you guys just see that? Did you guys just see that? They made it seem like he wasn't on the. Remember, I was telling you guys about what he does, and he's not a quick. If he's gonna look at his SMS, he's not a quick looker. He looks at it. He'll see how he just texted back. See how he texted back? Did you see how they just cut that to make it seem shorter? This is fucking nuts. Because this is the shit I pay attention to. Oh my God, these people are disgusting. I catch this shit. Tell me the fucking defense is catching this.
And he puts it in his back pocket.
So that was at 9, right after 9:45.
The defendant is showing the Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then
Wait, what?
puts beverages on the bar,
Wait,
showing the defendant is showing the Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
oh, where's Ryan Nagel? Where the fuck is Ryan Nagel? Where's Julie Nagel? Is that Ryan Nagel? She does stick up the middle finger, but she's doing it in a way to like show how somebody else is doing it. Okay. So
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
We have the next.
who's up in that corner? Come on.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages.
What?
The defendant retrieves the cocktail
Wait, what just happened right there?
glass.
Wait,
The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
wait, she didn't retrieve it. She's just meeting that guy for the first time. Who is all?
A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
Who are these two hussies? This bar is so small. I like it though. Who's this dude with that arrives way later? What's he doing? Does he grab his phone? No phone grabbing?
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
John just chugged a drink. Dude, Nagel said he was there. Is that them up at the front corner left? Okay, what time is that now?
What time are we at now?
that was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink on at 10:34?
Wait, what?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
Okay, he's looking at his phone.
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
Can you imagine if you were one of these girls down here and your ass is on court TV? Ah, shit. See, they're laughing and joking about something. Well, what was it? What was that all about?
10:41, please.
What happened at 10:37?
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed.
What?
Pours it into her drink.
Who
She does
did?
not consume it from the shot glass.
Where?
You don't have to object last night.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Next video, please.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel inside please on this.
All righty. What has been determined here? Hold on. I want those last parts.
Please on this.
Okay. 10:45 or 10:54. Water. 11:46. 12:06. 12:07. 12:10. God, this is so crazy. Making it seem like 5 drinks is when she dumps the shot. So they have her at 6 there. Let's see.
For the lunch and break, it's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. And so you can just file out.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please. There's closing notebooks. Follow me.
I have her on 5 ciphers. I have to double check on that. Okay. Lunch break until she said 2. Awesome. Give a shout out to, where's my girl Karen? Who's fucking with my girl? Karen, you know I love you. I have the time. Sorry guys, you guys know I can't even pay attention to chat. I try as much as I can, but 399999999. April, welcome. Blue Eye Candy. These cases are hard for me seeing all the possible corruption as I was a part of the public safety family. For almost wow. 911 dispatcher, wow. You do build strong bonds, but never risk compromising truth and integrity. I know, right? Just think about it. Like if you're at work, right? You're just sitting in a cubicle and you're working away, and the person that you like go to lunch with all the time is frauding or like doing, you know what I mean? Just like, I don't know, doing shit that they shouldn't be. What the heck is that? You're not just gonna sit there and protect them. I don't know. Thanks again, Blue Eye Candy. Again, Blue Eye Candy. $20. Thank you. Back to back. Thank you so much. Because the truth is all that matters, Anna. Even knowing all of the law enforcement, your opinion scale 1 to 10. Where are you with horrible accident and can't report? I'm not with like a horrible accident. Oh, well, like how right now, I think the jury has, like, they're considering it's this time for me. If I'm on the jury, I'm like, it's the time. It's that John's phone stops moving. And not that it just stops moving. It doesn't do anything. You know, the phone doesn't do anything. So if you can overcome that, like, then you're good. So ARCA, when they come in and say, like, listen, there's no way that his, like, they haven't even seen, why do you think that they haven't seen and heard about his damages, like the damage to him? You know what I mean? So once they hear that his injuries are not consistent with a car collision and yeah. So that's like, I think if you go and think about why you're arresting somebody on February 2nd off of what they had on February 2nd, I don't know what that would have been. You know? So we have a new pope. I think watching all of those clips, I mean, there was no issues. Then you hear the voicemails, and again, who would strike somebody and hit them and purposefully, as they're saying, because they're going for murder, and you're going to leave voicemails like that. I think Hank is making it very difficult for the jury to understand things. And so he's just trying to make it seem like this was just this was just a simple, like, how this got morphed into what it is right now. To people that know the case, it's not like that. So I think the defense is going to have to lay their case down. That's what I think. That would have been called she didn't plea. Actually, I do see them slam back a shot. Yeah, does she take it though? I think Jessica Hyde was a big blow to the Commonwealth yesterday. I mean, you guys saw that. She has him, like, that phone never being interacted with again after 12:20. And Ian Whiffen says 12:31 and 50 seconds. The new jurors don't know what we know, so defense has a lot of work to do. Yeah, I agree. But you're going to get a big win here because you're going to have to just go about it totally different. I think Karen should testify. I usually never say that a defendant should testify. I think Karen Reed, there's exceptions to every rule. She's one of the exceptions. Do I think that Karen is likable? I mean, I think she's relatable. I think you can relate to her once she talks, you know what I mean? You found out that all these people lied. Of course you're going to be like, so, like, I would just humanize her, and I think give the best person to do it, Alan Jackson. I thought we will see Higgins, guys. We're going to see Higgins. We're going to see people it's just going to be from the defense. That's all. Let's see. I won't go. I also think that they need to drive home that in the closing that Hank Brennan, I want you guys to pay attention to your notes that you've been taking and really look at who Hank Brennan didn't call. These are the people that were first there, the people that he didn't call anybody that has actually seen the scene. Seraph, Mulaney, or Good. How do you not call any of those people? You have to show how the people that actually did this is what do you call it? It happened earlier, like the setup happened earlier, and then Proctor just cleaned it up for them. Proctor just made sure that it wouldn't get uncovered. You know, so that's just how I feel. I am having a French bread pizza for lunch, yes. Higgins would be a better witness than Brian Albert just because of the text and the kiss, but still not necessary for a dumb Hank. But yeah, no, Hank's not calling any of those people. That brings in third-party culpability. I'm looking at the witness list here. Me and Bella went through it last night. She's like, who do you think they're going to call? I said, they're not calling anybody anymore. It's over. They're calling Yuri. I said, you may have to call somebody from Canton because they, authored a report. But like, okay, Brian Jr., Caitlin Albert. Now the defense needs to call these people just to ask them the one simple question, which is, Caitlin Albert, did you see a body on the lawn when you left at 2:00 in the morning? Nope. Okay, thank you. Tristan Morris, did you see a body on the lawn when you came to pick up your girlfriend? Okay, thank you. Let's see. They're going to be calling, so the prosecution is still going to be calling Maureen Hartnett. Not sure if they're going to call Joseph Paul. Be interested. They're going to call Louis Jutris. Like, who's going to, unless they stipulated to the whole, I can't believe they would stipulate to that. I wouldn't stipulate to getting in, they're just not going to use the library camera. That's what Jutris is. Link, are you going to call Link? I don't believe, let's see. Oh, wait, Julie Nagel, they're going to call. The Commonwealth will call Julie Nagel. The Commonwealth will call Scorty Bello. The Commonwealth will call like I said, maybe Sean Good. I think it's gonna be between him or Link if they call at all. Oh yeah, Christina Hanley. She did that. They're gonna call. I want to know if they're gonna call the niece and nephew. Let's see who else is here. Maybe Paul O'Keefe to close it out. Yeah, and then whoever their, what's his name? The guy that's the reconstruction guy, the aperture people. And they're treating this like it was like a, so then for the, for Karen Reed's team, you got to come out with, I come out with good. Oh, I'm sorry. I come out with my, either my timeline person, that's the digital person, to lay it all out, and you tell them everything that you gave them to do their work. And so that he foundationally has whatever he used to create this timeline. And either I would start off with good and then go to him, or have him. I think maybe you'd want to have good first. You really want to focus it on that tennis shoe. That's what I would do. And then have my timeline person lay it all out, say what they used to create this timeline, go through it, and then recall Carrie Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, then Matt McCabe, Lank, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Allie, Proctor, Maria Russell, Arca, and then Karen Reed, as well as whoever the dog expert that they are allowed to use as well. That's what I would do. Oh, and everybody that was there, just to recall them, to ask them, one, did you see a body on the lawn? That's what I would do. Trying to see if there's anybody else on here. Yeah. Because if I go to the defense only witness list, oh, Kevin Albert, I'm going to show everywhere that Higgins was that morning. So Kevin, I'm going to show Nick Barros. Nicholas Barros is going to testify. Ashley Bell, to talk about her ring camera footage from Dedham. Matthew Erickson, to talk about the Sally Port and missing 42 minutes. Nicholas Guerrero, to ask him questions about other cases that he's worked. Maybe even subpoena the FBI person that did the, I don't even know if they could talk about that, but you could introduce, hey, if you have personal knowledge of something, I read this, I don't know how you could get it in. The affidavit of the FBI agent that the 32,000 missed text messages. I would not use Richard Green, only because I wouldn't want to give I would just go through everything with Ellington. I call Thomas Couch just to fuck with him. If they have to lay their case out, they may have to call like Paul Makowski, who is the Karen Reed's private investigator. I would call, I'd call Steve Nelson, Tully. Oh, it looks like you had a bunch of meetings here. All these people kept saying your names. Did you turn in reports? Kathleen, you can use Kathleen Prince if you want to talk about what Jennifer McCabe really said, what Carrie Roberts really said. You could call, like I said, all these Canton police officers. You're going to have to call Sarah because he said, I never heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I don't know why, Miss McLaughlin saying my name. I didn't, that's me in that video, but I didn't hear that. I could tell you what you would get out of each one of these people. So I would call John O'Keefe Sr. to the stand to ask him if he slept over at John's a lot, if he was there a lot. Did you ever see any violence between the two? Oh, Lana, can Hank call Karen? No, we can't. Oh, what's up, Belly? What's up? What's up? I was talking about how you were asking me about who do I think is going to get called and who's not. So. I think the jury's confused because of the way that he went about this. There were so many things that were happening, you know what I mean? And so like that timeline, and seeing that you're not going to get anything in through cross-examination of these people, you only need them for a couple questions. And you know what you could ask every single person? You testified at a previous proceeding, correct? And you were a prosecution witness, is that correct? And who sent you a subpoena this time around? And who called you as a witness this time around? You can do that with every single, can you redo it? I didn't catch it in time. You can do that with every single witness that the prosecution called last time that they're not calling this time. I'm still on the fence about calling Karen. Not if Karen's going to give you the nuts. Karen's going to have to talk about why she left those messages, because that would do a lot of explaining for people. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. So, again, my predictions. The Commonwealth is going to have Yuri here. Then they're going to go into possibly the ME. Then they're going to talk about putting all of the, taking the taillight out, putting it all back together with the lab people. So you're going to hear from all the Massachusetts Police lab people. And that was like the Hartnett, the Ashley Fuller, whatever the hell her name is. Those peoples. And then you're going to hear about the construction, the accident reconstruction people. But I think that I'm looking at this list and I don't see anybody else that the Commonwealth needs to call to yeah. Lana, pin that. Where's it at? Oh, there you go. I will. I'll pin it now. Thanks. Thanks. Hank is driving everyone to want to drink. Remember that the burden is on the Commonwealth. So what have they proven right now so far? To me, they've proven that John O'Keefe's phone did not move, okay, after 12:32 and 16 seconds. It didn't move and it wasn't used, okay? So that's John O'Keefe's phone. They're going to say that Karen Reed pulled away at 12:31. After hitting him at 12:31 and 50 seconds. And the reason that he moved for those 20 seconds is because he stumbled around, walked, and then just kind of fell over in the bush area. Okay. So now, did they prove that beyond a reasonable doubt? have they proven? So for me, what they've only proven though is 100% only that Karen Reed. Okay, how do I say this? They watching the dash cam, I can kind of see where he's at. Okay, and that's where they found him. That's where like the first responders are at. So I'm putting him in that area over there. How do you guys see it? They proved Karen was a normal female who thought her man was cheating on her. What else? What else? Pin that. But he managed to lock his phone and put it back in his pocket before he fell over. In that 21 seconds. I just don't want the jury right now to think that this was even like an accident by her. You notice how Hank did not point in and zoom in on anything about her backing up into the car, so they haven't seen that yet. As soon as the jury sees that, okay, when Carrie backed up, she hit John's car, right? So you just can't give a jury an out to say, okay, well, obviously it's not murder, but it's manslaughter. So almost baby number 2. So yeah, we have the dash cam that shows us where John was. We have the 12, 32 and 16 seconds. I would show that his location services go in and out for a reason. Now we have we have the Google searches, right? And I don't know what to think about those because I got one person saying that they didn't happen then and it was just later. So what are they going to have to show? Oh, remember, my client didn't even ask you to Google search, so why are you even saying that, right? And that's where Karen is saying it's me or you, Jen, it's me or you. And that's the big part of it right there. Because Karen's going to have to say, I did not tell Jen to Google search how long, whatever the fuck she's saying. And we've already shown that she's a liar. She lied to the feds, right? And so I think that you're in a really good position if you're Karen Reed. You showed that Carrie Roberts lied to the grand jury. Jen's lying. You're the other person that was there. And the only thing that could ever tug at the strings of the jury, the heartstrings, would be if you got the niece up there and she started talking about, I would show the data that Jen never went upstairs when they were at Meadows. It's me or you, Jen tells me that either the jury's going to believe me or they're going to believe you. If they believe me, I'm free. If they believe you, then I go down. That's how I see that statement. Also, I want to fucking know everything about Carrie Roberts' phone. I want to know if that phone was on ring, if it was on ring or if it was on vibrate. How was she just up and at it? Why would she get in her car and start her car and then go out in her car and then make the phone calls out in her car? Think about this. She called the police from her car. She called the hospitals allegedly from her car. Why would you already get ready? Like, remember that whole thing? Carrie Roberts is claiming that Karen told me that she was coming to my house or something like that. And then she's like, and then I get another call and she's like, I'm going to Jen's, or I'm at Jen's, or she's like, what? Jen who? Remember when she says that? She's like, Jen who? That sneaker is huge. It is everything. That sneaker is everything. That sneaker shows you that this all happened prior to, okay, they had the sneaker. Karen didn't have the sneaker. Karen wasn't back over there. They took Karen away. They took her, she was down at the hospital, right? They knew where Karen was, and Karen's accounted for all motherfucking day. What are they going to say now? That it was Karen who planted the fucking sneaker as she was driving by with her dad and her brother to go get the car, to tow it back? Or not tow it back, but to take it back? No. That's why you have to call. That's why they're not calling Good or Lank. That's why I don't see them calling either one of them. They do not want to touch that. Yeah, the defense is going to have to make it a possibility that something else occurred. And when I say something, I think kind of something specific. And how Karen and John truly got separated. And how in the beginning it was Jen trying to pull Karen away. So think about this. Why certain questions weren't asked of Jen McCabe, right? Remember in trial 1? Well, maybe Alan Jackson's saving, because I've learned something the hard way. Sometimes you can't get something out of somebody and you need to testify to it yourself. You're trying to get something in by, okay, hey, what's this right here? Do you see yourself right there? What are you doing? You're pulling my client away, right? To go, no, I wasn't luring her away. Well, who better to testify that than Karen? So he didn't show her that. He didn't show the jury that this time. I think he's going to show the jury that this time through a different witness. Yeah, he's going to plead the 5th. She might have had a radio dispatch microphone in her car. Who's that? Yes, that's what I think is going to happen too. Especially if you say you're gonna actually tell a story from chapter 1 to chapter 10, not start at chapter 6 and go to 2 and then go to 9 and then back at 1. And Hank Brennan is hiding everything that Hank Brennan is hiding. That's what should tell everybody that needs to be exploited. Okay. So I think I could imagine if I was on this jury, I'd be like, what the fuck? You're asking me to do, I wouldn't be able to find her guilty just because I'd be like, you need to tell a story and you need to learn how to tell a story, because who the fuck arrested her? When was she arrested? When are we going to get to that shit, right? Who arrested her? They haven't seen, look at what they haven't seen anything. We're in day 12 and they haven't heard from the ME. Oh, why we can't hear? Oh, because ME's going to say that I could not determine if this was an accident or if this was a homicide, right? And once you hear that, how are you as a human being who's just some civilian going to say that it was anything? Well, fuck, if that woman who has been practicing and doctor, if she can't even tell us what it is, then how the hell are we going to be able to say somebody's guilty of something? So we'll see. I'll hand it to Hank. In that he has definitely held up to his sneaky ways, and that's not what you do though for truth. The jury should hear everything, right? And then you determine. How much is he hiding? He's hiding everything from the jury. He's hiding how it truly happened. It's like he's creating a probable cause affidavit, okay? All right. It's okay. Sounds good. We just arrested Karen Reed basically because why? Well, we found halite pieces over for 17 days. And people said she said I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's what they did. That's all there was. Oh, there's Murky. What you got for me? Murky says, in my opinion, it's a possibility Proctor is too arrogant to plead the fifth. He was completely arrogant, and I think this is involving the feds now. He just lost his job, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going, like, I lost my job now. I mean, he thinks he did nothing wrong. We'll see. What's he got to lose? Nothing. I think he has a lot to lose. I guess the price tag on freedom is go do a day. And you're like, yeah, he has a lot to lose. They don't care about lying to the feds. I think that people are going to be getting arrested. People are going to be charged. People are going to be indicted for conspiracy. I think Proctor has a lot to lose. I think people should be 100% in this case should be indicted for conspiracy. They conspired against Karen Reed, period. I think Turtle Boy's situation set the precedent there. I mean, Turtle Boy is fit. Can you guys believe this? That Turtle Boy is facing charges and someone like Michael Proctor is not? Someone like the Canton Police Department, someone like John, none of those people are facing actual felonies, and Turtle Boy has 19 of them. Talk about some fucked up shit. You just got to hope and pray that if you think that Alan Jackson is as good as we think that he is, right? You got to do this round one. He didn't have all the time to go through everything that they had from the feds even. The people that are doing his grunt work, going through stuff and finding and digging stuff out, I got faith in some of those people, but they're diggers, okay? And they just have to be able to connect some of these dots. And I think Karen should be very helpful with it because it should, take her to that area. Show her fucking Hog Heaven. Show her Oakdale. They conspire, but everyone so far is looking the other way. Well, then if the federal investigation's over, then give me my FOIA request. That's all I gotta say. I'm from Rhode Island. My son is a Rhode Island cop. He said this area is beyond corrupt. It's known through departments. Yeah. And in order to be corrupt, you need to have people that are in, like how they say that they do this. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office has like a little detectives unit, and then you have the Massachusetts State Police, and they show up to, because Canton says, we don't do homicides. Excuse me? I mean, you don't do homicides. What the fuck do you all do for $350,000 a year? What do you do for $250,000 a year? What are you doing for $150,000 a year? We don't do homicides. We don't do, unattended deaths. Well, what do you do? My bike stolen? It looks like you don't do anything because you don't even know what a crime scene log is. You don't even know what solo red cups. Glorified administrators. I see that town being run by certain people, and they became cops for the wrong reasons. When people become cops to be powerful, that's the wrong reason. Can cops make a lot of money to investigate plastic duckies? Yeah, Tim Taylor. Look at Tim Taylor. And he named his dog Wilson. And then he left the dog in the car and he died. So sad. Police do OT details to double their income and get 200. That's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they do. Hi. So we got 7 minutes before Bev thinks she's gonna graze us with her blowout today. Meanwhile, Court TV dropping nothing but the hits. Nothing but the hits. I agree. It's 100% not just in Canton. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. And I hate to say this, but when you have generational these are families that are usually it's that way. But you got to be careful of those generational families that just produce nothing but cops. That's a lot of, your favor goes a long way. Who you're. So when I found out actually how close Trooper Proctor lives to Jen McCabe, he lives in Canton. He can literally hit her house with a snowball. Where did he come up with the? I'm not going to talk about that. Yes. All right, we will begin here in 5 minutes. 5-minute break. 5 minutes. We're moving in. We got a fan. We got a fan, folks. So we've had one witness today, and his name will be Yuri. Witness 24. What's up, April? Thank you for becoming a member. Truth and Transparency, appreciate you. Boom. Amanda K, almost baby number 2. Thanks for being the absolute realist, bitch. You got that all day, girl. Again, thank you to all. I don't think Hank is done with his direct, but hopefully he's rounding it out. Thank you there, Nikita. Thank you for becoming a member. Joffrey, thank you. Yeah. If we don't start cross today, I'm going to be pissed, says Heather. Yeah. Carolina girl says, I'm just not that tech savvy, but I love it when you guys are shouting out your bingos. There you go. There you go. He had her phone too. Also, he talked to the hospital. Like he would have known her medical condition because they went to the hospital. So he could have gotten it from Jen as well. Don't get me wrong. How did Yuri know except for from Jen? I hit him in the head. That's who he said he got it from. He said that Jen McCabe called Proctor while they were driving in the car together and gave more information and the whole I hit him thing. I think that Yuri is going to watch clips of whatever she's, said to reporters. And I think he's going to say that is not what she told us. He's going to say, he's going to have a difference of opinion. So look for, that's going to be part of the direct as well, I think. I don't know all what John knew, what he was working on, who he pissed off, but somebody was after John O'Keefe, in my opinion. Nobody has missed the cross of Yuri yet. It's 2:04. Come on, Bev. Let's go. These jurors are probably like, what do you mean? Can you guys leave us some snacks in this room? Somebody needs to get the jury some snacks. I also can't believe that not more jurors, because you also have the alternates. I can't believe that not more jurors have to be like, dude, I have to go to the bathroom. Like, can you please give us a break? So, let's see. What else are people saying in the world? So Trooper Keefe found the left shoe at Fairview, and Buchanan has the right shoe from Fairview. Got it. Shit show. That's from Brandy. Actually, in quotes, that morning, Miss Reed confessed to me. She told me I hit him. I told Mr. Proctor to put it in a report, but it doesn't look like he has. Did Proctor lie in a report and say that Trooper Keefe was with him for the Sarah Livingston interview? Oh my God. I guess JLR's in town. Let's see. Karen Reed. The Commonwealth will not be calling Michael Proctor. Brian Tull. I told you guys. Told you all. I've been calling this. Aiden Kearney represents 2 hours ago that the Commonwealth will not be calling Michael Proctor or Brian Tully, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, or Colin Albert. They are trying to hide their most damaging witnesses. If defense chooses to call them, they will be more limited in what they can ask than if they cross-examine them. They really don't want Proctor's text messages introduced because they'll never convict if they do. There's a lot more people that they're not calling. Lane, thank you so much. $20 for love your channel. You're amazing. Free Karen Reed. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. John D. Petro show. He thinks Karen Reed's guilty, right? Karen Reed trial. Drinking straw was found in the street, which means Karen hit John in the street, knocking him onto the lawn. Oh my God. Dude. Go find me one video of John littering. Solved. Aiden Kearney says 9 minutes ago, I tried asking at John DePietro show why he continues to lie so much about what is happening in court. He called the police on me, claiming that it is against the law and FCC policies to interrupt one of his broadcasts. Oh my God, wait, what?
John, why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
Why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now, hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right? Do I have to get... You're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be the buffer zone. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it, you're
You don't like when people ask questions?
Right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions.
I'm live read right now.
Oh, so you're allowed to ask questions, but I'm not?
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So...
No, I'm broadcasting.
Trooper. He's bothering me, Trooper. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, Massachusetts has the biggest pussies I've ever fucking seen, heard. I can't even. Who raised you people, man? Like, I thought Massachusetts was supposed to be hard. You know, like, yeah, let's throw down, let's fight hard. Yeah. The only thing that's hard is the mashed potatoes. Fuck out of here. Bedrow says, You cannot make this up. The jury knows the DA is avoiding Proctor for his corruption/incompetence, and they are now seeing that the DA is having problems admitting evidence through his partner that the defense didn't even object to because it had not been vouched for or logged properly. This is an absolute gift to the defense. It's as if the left hand foot doesn't know what the right is doing. You will never see this again if you watch 1,000 more trials. Oh my God. John DePietro, he takes a picture and he says, look at those grass stains. Oh my God, it's blood. It's blood stains. Easy, Lana, don't generalize. I knew you would love that. See, that's why I can't even say that because I love my family's fucking from Boston. Well, I can't say from Boston. They came over on the boat from Italy and live, and they went to Boston and Cleveland. It just pisses me off to see these soft ass. Let's just call it the media. The media is soft. Are we going to hear from Brian McCabe or Higgins this trial? Well, I don't know who Brian McCabe is. I hope we hear from him though. We need some new blood up in this bitch. I'm just kidding, Gina. We're going to hear from these people, and it's just going to be on direct examination. Is it against the law to not present any evidence in a case? They all talked up, but most back down when someone steps up. I know, that's what I'm feeling. God, Turtle Boy puts a camera in your face. You would have thought he put a gun. Let's see. Someone said name Salty something. Bad news, Massachusetts. Karen Reed has the right of way all day, every day. She will run you down. She will run you down with a Lexus SUV or an. She will.
You are unmuted.
SUV or an apology. They have a clip of Karen just mouths down another helpless victim. Oh my God. These people are crazy. You guys, I want to show you some of this shit. What's wrong with these people? These videos they make. Oh my God, someone just wrote, I hate to do this, but I can no longer support Karen Jenkins. MSP found a straw littered in the road 4 days after the incident. I am now convinced that Karen Reed hit John with her car. Okay, we're back. Well, minutes late.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Mechanic, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
Like, let them play like no one talks about anything? Wait, what's going on here? Thank you so much, Michelle. Gifted 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think Karen Reed's innocent as fuck. These people are.
1146, please.
I wonder how good that band plays. I wonder if the band broke up after this. After someone's wife found out, they thought they were working every night. They realized they were out playing in a band. There's Higgy Poo. Higgy Poo with the hoodie on. Why even have a camera when it's this shitty? Absolutely agree with you.
1206, please.
So she's not drinking any of these, right?
$12.07. $12.10, please.
Yeah, I swear this is the shitty. Like, there's way better camera footage that we have. There's
Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced into evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Goodman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
She's going to
Thank you.
allow that? Are
One
you
last matter.
kidding me?
Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this evidence.
No objection.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Told ya. Told ya. Here we go. Alan Jackson. They did that
ballot whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchanan.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person. Yes.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent, not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that array of suspects is appropriate and proper. correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provides statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
Accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why
yes, that is one possibility.
Okay,
yes.
Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as the supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there's a chain of command for that. right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Open the door for that. Good job.
Especially in you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind, and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. It's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator. Right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, that morning, January 29th, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that.
No,
so
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29th, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, right?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
I got the data I wanted.
We can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it
Jackson.
again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So Sergeant
Oh my
Buchanan,
God.
you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness? Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thanks,
the court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you
And
ever
the
seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge as you sit here?
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery? His
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3. Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
The date 2023.
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Garino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking the search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to page, tab 6, if you don't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning. It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please. You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report. It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in this way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
to alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask
What did you do?
more straightforward if I can. Let's get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Have witness this motherfucker. And I want you to instruct the witness to answer my questions, yes or no. He's not going to give narratives. I'm not interested in that. So do you want me to just say every time yes or no and then give the question? I'm asking yes or no. I want yes or no answers. I mean, if you're the jury, you're seeing this. He was struck in the face with a cocktail glass. Where did you get that information at 10:41 a.m.? Man. You guys, nobody would, there's a reason. If they say they didn't go to 34 Fairview, I think that opens the door to ask them if they went somewhere else. Were you under the impression that this happened somewhere else? Did you go to a different address? That's what I would be saying right now. And so you didn't go to 34 Fairview. You went to Can I Get to meet up with your boyfriend. Then you guys get in the car together because you have to ride together everywhere. And you made sure that it was an unmarked car and no dash cams. Okay, awesome, great. Then what? Oh wait, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, no.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene. You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime Scene Services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact Crime Scene Services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton.
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed? Because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon, I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people,
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other
Right
2,
before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The Waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3 were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Wait, what? He was
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator,
Yes, there we go.
correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way.
I love it, you dumb fuck.
If these 3 individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these 3 individuals just at their word based on those first 3 interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
You didn't go there.
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always?
But they're cooperating.
You like that,
It's in the
motherfucker?
nature.
You like that slap dick in your face?
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
He's getting buried. This is so great. Buried.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Buried.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right.
How'd it get there?
Yes.
It was in the ambulance.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, we approach very briefly.
Sidebar. I have a feeling he's going to be on the stand all day tomorrow. All day. All day. I love it. Hopefully Turtle Boy's loving it. all day. I want him to say so bad. So you think that my client got into a fight with him and beat his ass? And like, you know, what, round arousing him? What the fuck? Rumor has it that they're not calling Proctor, Tully, Proctor, Tully, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins. So he's going to have to get, he can get, see how he was asking those questions about who'd you interview? He needs to bring up, he's going to be able to get in, he'll be able to get in Higgins. People have already testified to seeing him there that night. But you bring on Brian Albert before you bring on Higgins because of the butt dials. That's the order I would go in.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. You worked earlier.
This is a,
It did, yes.
that's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
Do you believe as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the
There's the
a
socks.
little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, Did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay. Understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Highlight your question, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to,
You
whatever we have to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Okay.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
February 4th, the same day that they got all those
You
pieces.
could take a look at those 3 pages briefly. That's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, back and forth conversation.
I see.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir. Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before the fact.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the chain? Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so
you.
it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:39, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other two searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented a one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Right here, here we go. Here's an opportunity. I don't think he's gonna show, he needs to show him the report from Canton.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all three dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not
Did you? I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these three searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these three searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, If
Before,
you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport.
He was actually in the Sallyport, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins?
Uh,
Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained, yes, good.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in the car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right?
Objection. Sustained.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question. No.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from at least parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
Sister.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you have. So Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
More
I see counsel about
manpower.
scheduling, please.
More manpower. Wait. We gotta hear this.
That morning.
Having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up. It was the chief.
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location.
I'm sorry?
I object.
Sister.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought. He doesn't even make any sense. He tongue twists himself. He's crazy. This is all crazy. Alan Jackson's going to have a great night here to like regroup, be with his team, and you can expect fucking smoke, fire coming out. He doesn't even know what he's saying right here. He doesn't. That's why I was like, "What is going on?" I need to He doesn't. He doesn't make any sense. Man, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You had 2 detectives there, plus the chief of police, and telling you, "Hey, we found a piece of red taillight or a piece, or it looks like I don't know what it is. You might want to get over here." What? Very bizarre. And yet it was photographed that day, the February 4th, was photographed by Canton and put into the Canton report. And that's the picture that takes over the shoe pick. We'll be back here. We'll be back here tomorrow. All right, guys, rest up. Until next time. Thank you, moderators, baby. Thank you, Karen, and whoever fucking pissed off Karen, fuck you. No, I'm kidding. Love you all so much. Peace out. Much love.